So yeah, this is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. This is like a mode of 6 already. So yeah, no. That should fix the audio. Let me know if it doesn't. Shop, shop, shop. It's important to main phase fetch to play around removal. And then now you can, end step Reclaimer for Cradle while growing your Reclaimer out of bolt range. Yeah, the echo you're hearing is the Twitch chat, actually. I'm sorry, the stream. Ooh. I think I'll just get the Cradle with swords on this. It seems like they're playing the first place list that from this Legacy Challenge this weekend. I'm playing a list that Runcor and so Inigo and Jorg, Aaron Relentless, 5-0 with on stream with earlier today. For those who are curious, I kind of like the developments that they added. Yeah, it's a 7 removal list with 4 swords, 3 ending. I can bring it up. 1 second. So yeah, here. Sorry, I'm bringing up the list right here. I think they went 5-2 into top 8 and then 1 out. Yeah, so 3 days, 3 ending. Gonna lead with the shepherd here. I think we just want to get bored. So they have like 3 wasteland, I guess. But I think it's important to accelerate. Like, we need to dig. I pretty much just use the second guy's cradle there as double dark ritual, as dark ritual, single dark ritual. You're talking about as opposed to normal elves? Shop. I think it's always better. I'm biased, obviously, but I just think it's the best creature in the deck. So, yeah. I think the one that's the one exception where that's not true is in the mirror, ironically, where the Nettle build is slightly favored because you can have random turn twos to steal games when you're on the draw. So I think since you asked, a common misconception about this deck is it's Reclaimer versus Nettle Centaurs, Reclaimer versus shit. It's Reclaimer versus Nettle Centaurs, or Reclaimer versus Queer Ranger. It's actually neither. I play it because it's the strongest creature in the deck, like I said. drawing the second cradle there was like good and bad. Now we're a little bit vulnerable to second wasteland. I'm not sure we play around that anyway. Oh shoot! But now that hurts. Jeez, yeah. So argument to be made, we like play it safe and don't. Yeah, that's probably better in hindsight. I never played Reclaimer. I was trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for. I don't think it's a deck you can really learn in I think 3-4 days, whatever it is. Yeah, I think it was fine too. I mean, it's just what it is, right? I mean, I'm more so regretting not pitching the Bayou than anything else. It's completely different in my opinion. Shop, shop, shop. Like the it. What I've found is people who have played the deck actually have a harder time picking it up. The reason being is because the mentality is different. Like I found out a lot of users will focus on the combo, and it is like very far from that in terms of the way the game plays out. Like you're much more really a mid range deck that can happen to combo fast if need be. Yikes! Yeah, this is not good for us. Like I don't want to use names, I guess, but even some of my peers that I talk frequently with, I mean, if you think of it as a mid range deck, then yeah, that's fair. But I think what they wanted to do there was grow their channeler. That's that's the play, I think. All right, we're just dead. They're gonna waste themselves and then presumably have an instant. So yeah, like without naming names, peers that I know. Okay, so that's just lethal. Uh, who have played Elves before have struggled with the transition. Like it's because, like I said, the mindset and the way the games play out is completely different. And there's actually a lot of reclaimer specific lines that you have to be aware of. Things like main phase fetching for the Bayou earlier. It wouldn't have mattered here because we're like we were going to get stuck on one land, but main phasing Bayou so that you can play around Wasteland. Thanks, Legacy Council. Appreciate that. Yeah. So, what was I gonna do? Oops. I'm gonna board in just the the mid range or low to the ground package, which is the 3 endurances, the 3 assassins trophy. But this deck, while it can combo fast, like yeah, I think the deck is just really strong. Like, you have 3 creatures that are arguably the 3 best green 1 drops in the game, and that's Elvish Reclaimer, that's Allosaurus Shepherd, and Wirewood Symbiote. Like, definitely these 2 are like maybe 2 of the top 3. I don't know what else you would put in there. Maybe like Hierarch or something. Um, but Wirewood is definitely in the top 5 too, I believe. Like the ability to protect the other 2, right? It's like a green mother of runes. What was I gonna do? I don't happen to remember. Yeah. So Julian got his 2 trophies with blue decks, from what I've seen, and then Testacular I know is playing the traditional build, and then Runcore is playing my build but with the white splash.
It does. So a nice thing that has come up too in the Delver matchup specifically is like, especially if you have a protect shepherd, they're forced to sometimes attack with the what is it called? Something that came out recently. They're forced to attack with the DRC, and then you can like evoke the endurance to block and then kill it with, like a 1/2 reclaimer or something like that. Yeah, Rumcore has been really putting in the work lately to learn the deck, and it's shown like last Monday he actually got back to back 5-0s. It didn't get posted because they reset this. Thank you for the follow, Pokemonkey, Jeff. But they didn't post his 2 5-0s, or well, I guess one because this is a mole. Because of the season reset, but he got back to back 5-0s for the first time on Monday, and then he got his first ever top 8, so that was pretty sweet. I thought so too. I guess you maybe, I bored you out or annoyed you somehow, and then you unfollowed me, perhaps. Or maybe this is Pokemonkey 2, so maybe you followed me on Pokemonkey 1. I think here we can put that back. Things are going well. I would say like Hawaii was great. The wife definitely enjoyed it. Like it was our 5-year wedding anniversary. Here I think we want to keep this for trophy, so I'm just gonna once first. I think I want the card draw. Yeah, can't complain. So Jeff has picked up Elves kind of lately too. I don't know how much he's been playing lately, but I know he definitely enjoyed his first 4-1 league when I was in Hawaii with it. I definitely think it's a type of deck that Jeff and anybody who likes mid-rangey builds, like this is like definitely less and less combo-y now. Like especially I removed 4 Nettle over 2 years. I guess it'd be 2 years from now ago. Yeah, in 2019 around this time. But even earlier this year, I went down to 1 Korean Ranger. Now I'm down to 0. So it's real. Glimpse of Nature is still can win the game, but it's just the idea is if Glimpse of Nature resolves, you probably win anyways. The problem for me at least personally, I know. Okay, so Nettle Sentinel is a card. Yes, 0 Korean Rangers. So the not so it's a little bit different than I think I have to fetch basic here actually. Well, actually no. I'm just gonna get the yeah, Delver. I mean, I lost game one here, but generally I feel favored against UR Delver. One thing I will say though is Nettle Sentinel, in my opinion, it's good post Glimpse, but my logic is if Glimpse resolve, you probably want anyways. So that's kind of why I don't play it. I'm gonna get a fetch actually, so that I can have on Assassin's Trophy. Hard to say if that's correct, but I feel like I can't really play around Wasteland. I think given this board state. That's a good point. I should not have done that. That was just me autopiling. So, ooh, now I'm gonna get punished. I've joked about this before. My first match of the evening or morning is usually not very good, and here getting a little bit punished now. Tend to play a little loose in my first match of the day. Something I wanted to actually share too is it's kind of an interesting strategy, right? Like before a big event, if you know there's a decent chance you're gonna play against a certain opponent or their friend. Hey, Romario, uh, throwing games so that they think the matchup is not as bad. They have less sideboard hate for you during the real event. I don't know if that actually works or not, but it's something I've contemplated. And this is unintentional here. Obviously, I'm throwing more so because I tend to be sloppy my first match of the day. But something to think about. So I mentioned they have played elves in the past, so they notice my choke point is right there. The good thing is, oh man, yeah, it's probably fine with me. I probably threw this game, but um, that is something that I'm susceptible to. The deck itself is strong. Newton is has weaknesses to round ones of the night. I pitched it. Oh my god. So yeah, I did not play well this game. I think the game is probably just over. Yep. All right, I will try to play better. I played really poorly that game. Ooh, actually, let me cancel this for a second. Somebody asked me to tag the stream on Twitter, so I'll go ahead and do that. One second. All right, we'll try to do better. That was, completely on pilot right there. So yeah, I think it was mentioned earlier that we have a couple Elves players who are doing well in the current season. Julian is normally on Elves, but I know for a fact that the two trophies he got, one of them I think was on the Saga deck, and the other one he got I think just today. I don't remember what he said it was on though. But Runcore definitely with two trophies. Testacular with two, and I don't know who else. But highly recommend Runcore's stream if you haven't followed him. He's been following my work on the deck for a while, but he likes the white splash, which is a little bit. And I told him like play what you're comfortable with. All right, so Joe Fisher usually plays some kind of brew. This is like good enough, I think. He streamed earlier today with actually York. I know they went 5-0-2 in their league, and I'm actually playing the list that they played earlier today. I dropped by earlier just for moral support, but I mean I wouldn't consider myself a shark. Like for a long time I played Elves not because I thought it was the best deck, but just because I enjoyed the I guess the difficulty and the play patterns, and I only justified it because I feel like while it wasn't the best deck because sometimes it would lose the combo, it generally had good matchups against things that you would expect to go deep in. What did they put behind here? What the heck? It had decent good matchups against things that you expect to face in the later rounds. Yeah, like I said, I faced Joe a few times like in the past, and they've never been on anything like what's the word I'm looking at? Like anything meta, so to speak. I'm not concede. I'll just yield. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I only justified it because Elves had decent matchups against things you would expect at the top of the metagame, but like for the long time, susceptible to, getting belch or whatnot. Um, while that was in the past, I do think Elves is actually one is. You can argue it's like a top three deck in Legacy right now though, because I think the only really really difficult matchup at the moment is lands, and that's winnable with certain sideboard cards. But the problem is those sideboard cards don't really overlap well with some other stuff. Um, so okay, I get this mentioned a lot. Nobody's playing Plague Engineer. This is kind of funny. I think here we actually just lead with the oof because we want a glimpse next turn. I think the Doomsday matchup I've been able to fix. The Show and Tell matchup, while not great, isn't really Show and Tell is not super popular at the moment. But low key, yeah, I don't advertise that too much. I actually advertise it on Romario's stream, I guess, and he's a noted Doomsday player. But yeah, so the reason why I'm not too concerned with Show and Tell right now is like it does not have a good Delver matchup, and it doesn't have a good DNT matchup. So I don't know like how viable the deck actually is from a competitive standpoint. Like I'm just choosing to ignore it. Like, and granted, my current configuration is not very good against Show and Tell. Typically speaking, if you know Show and Tell is good, you want more discard. I only have 4 at the moment. I'd probably play like 6 if Show and Tell were good. Um, but the Doomsday matchup, like I said, you lose game 1, but I think if you know what to do, I actually feel favored games 2 and 3 now because of the way the sideboard is built. Uh, so back to the Plague Engineer question. I think the Plague Engineer thing is true, but it actually doesn't really matter for the way I built this deck. Like, it's actually built with Plague Engineer partially in mind. Like, I don't have that many X1s post board, and like they typically are too good not to play like Shepherd or Visionary that can't trip anyways. So I think we just want to go off here. Three. Unfortunately, we do not have enough mana to do everything we want. Actually, I should have done that a little bit differently. I could have cast Archon actually on the previous turn. I'm not playing well right now. But yeah, Plague Engineer, 4C. Jeskai Narset. So we're playing against a brew. So I'll let in. Some people already know this. I'll let people in on a secret. When I was practicing for the 8 player mocks, and I was on my the account that the god account that Wizards gave me. If I ran into this type of deck, I would just concede because I didn't think it was worth the time, and like play points were not an issue. They gave like 5,000 or something on that account. I would just concede because I wanted to practice against more meta decks. I wouldn't do this obviously now with this account because these play points are mine instead of theirs, but I guess something to keep in mind. I don't even remember what this does. Okay. Uh, what I should have done was actually Green Sun for the Reclaimer last turn, so I could have Cradle online, but again, like I said, I'm not super tight at the moment. I'm not sure it will really matter, but as a general thumb, you don't want to be sloppy like I am. No, it would be the I don't play a Savannah, so you wouldn't be able to cast Archon this turn, barring like a Cradle draw. I don't think the Savannah. So a question I get a lot is like, oh, what about the Savannah? I personally don't think it's worth it. Like growing the Reclaimer is like far more relevant. Not to mention the fetch is like it'd be. I'm playing the extra force. All right. I don't think that's enough. 3. Actually, it is. I think in this situation, what could they possibly have? Probably a sorcery, right? Like double bolt is like reasonable too. Yeah, actually, instance probably safe. I mean, I don't know what they have. I can't. What is this? Oh, Dak. Okay. Yeah, they are on mono planeswalkers, it seems. I'm a little bit afraid of this deck only because there might be something strange that like turns my guides into an artifact. But I think most of those things are usually activated by oof, so it's probably okay. Probably activate the shepherd right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna hit Dak just in case. Probably unnecessary to be honest, but I mean, I don't want to just randomly lose when I don't need to. Yeah, I don't know how much we actually get from this chat, but we're just gonna play it out. If I was on that God account, like I said earlier, I'd probably just concede. I'll just yield to. In the meantime, while we're waiting, did anybody have questions about this sideboard? This is the sideboard that I'm playing the exact same 75 Inigo and Yorick stream with earlier today. Um, Leyline's probably pretty good in leagues. It's probably still decent in challenges too. Something I wanted to mention actually, because one of my peers brought it up. Adam Wallace was a bombadiggity is the use of leagues versus challenges. And I know there's a perception that perhaps like either that I metagame for leagues or whatnot. That's actually not accurate in the sense that Jorg has top eighted each top eight he's had in the past year or 2 years. He's been playing the same list I play in leagues, and he plays it for challenges. I don't really play challenges. I played one yesterday just as like a tune-up for Eternal Weekend in case I end up playing Eternal Weekend. It'd probably be the Friday event if anything. But I typically play the same list. The reason being is because I found out in Legacy in particular, and probably even more so in Vintage. I can't speak, but unlike Modern, I think people will always play the same decks in Legacy. What I mean by that is like there are certain devoted Oops, Reanimator, and Moonstopping pilots because they're less interactive. I think you're not going to be able to convince them not to play a different deck. To play a different deck. I think if I were to play a fourth removal spell, actually that's a great question, Shop. It'd probably be the Cabal Pit. So Adam brought that up with me because I think if he played this list, he'd probably play another removal spell. I think Run of Foul is like okay because it's like decent to draw into during Blink Chain against Merit Lage. I think Push is a little awkward because all your other stuff is green, so they're protected by Shepherd. But I think if you just want a cheap removal spell for like DNT or something, it's like reasonable. But if you're gonna hedge towards DNT, Kabop is just better because Peacekeeper is like pretty bad against you. Uh, I forgot what. Oh, so Force of Vigor is probably pretty good. Leyline's probably decent because of the Echo. I think we want Seize. Probably not the Endurance. Probably not the Gris. Probably not the Bog because they're a different kind of graveyard deck. I think I'm gonna board out the. Let's see how much do I need to board out. Trophy is probably kind of iffy. I think they're a Song of Creation deck. I feel like I played against them before, but I think trophying a Song of Creation is kind of narrow. I'd rather just seize it away or Force of Vigor it away. This is like pretty good, right? Uh, in general, if you think your opponent can kill you pretty quickly, uh, it's generally better to lead with Seize. I guess, especially against these brainstorm decks that can can hide stuff away too. It's a little awkward for us, right? Because we kind of want to go turn two oof, but actually the Seize kind of clears the way for oof too. Like, especially post board, everybody's gonna know you have collected oof, and you know, taking away their prismatic ending or lightning bolt is probably pretty relevant here. All right, so that happened. Yikes. Well, more to 6, really, right? We can like force them off one mana. I just didn't think it was worth using the Force of Vigor here. I'd rather hit something else. It's like, this is why I don't like playing Leyline. I cut it in the showcase, not showcase, sorry. In the challenge I played yesterday. I lost my winning into Javier Dominguez. I think I feel good about that matchup if I'd played it before. He played like a Bant Lands type deck. I didn't really know how to play against him or what he had in his list. So possibly I could have I would have played differently otherwise. But I mean that's part of the allure though of playing Brews. People don't really know how to play against you the first time. Yeah, he's only okay, right? So shout out to Javier, who was a good sport actually. I was kind of curious because during our match he didn't do anything for like the first 5 minutes, and he apologized. Actually, it turned out he was getting dinner. So appreciate him apologizing there because I was a little confused what was going on because he had not responded to he hadn't done anything in like the first, like I said, 5-7 minutes of the game. Former I think he's former, but I could be wrong. Who I don't know who the current world champion is, but you know I forget what that knight is that's named after him. That was in standard a few years ago. The one drop red, the red one drop. Was it that? I don't remember. It was like the one with first strike. Of course, all knights have first strike, but I don't remember what it was called. It played a lot. It saw a lot of playing standard from what I remember, but I think here there's an argument to force a vigor. Fervent champion. There you go. That's what it was. Yeah, fervent champion is what I'm thinking of. So the reason not to do it on their end step is in case I draw something that I okay. So that was kind of useless. I'm gonna do it on their upkeep. So I'm kind of happy to see Tim here. Tim's a good guy that I'm, got to know over the years a little bit. This is what I get, right, for playing Leyline. I should have played the same list I played. So I also mentioned on my Twitch that I can review some of my matches from what's it called it from yesterday if people want to. I played 73 out of 75 of this list. The difference was I played, I had a Wasteland and I had a Wither and Bloom command. Wither Bloom was kind of like my, Golgari version of Expressive Iteration, like for slower matchups. I think we just want to bash here. Yeah, so it's like a conditional removal spell that doesn't take the place of another removal spell, which is why I kind of liked it in theory. That can get a 2-for-1. I never drew it though, so take that for whatever you want. Pretty much, Eli. So Eli is somebody I've consulted in terms of like just general deck building for tribal decks in the past. So glad to see him here as well. But yeah, I joked on Twitter like, and I know people some people saw, I guess, my tweet that I had won the trophy race, 2 times over, so to speak, with rock control that I joked this deck is. And essentially, I've cut what I think are the unnecessary combo elements for more disruption since um, these non-blue decks, goblins, elves, DNT, uh, green white depths are a little bit more susceptible to getting got by dark ritual decks. So I kind of want to just play more and more disruption, which main deck oof, main deck endurance, like it just wins a lot of random games because of Green Sun. All right, that's a hell of a draw. Something people will mess up on here is they want to bounce before Cradle. You definitely want to get to 3 mana with Heritage Druid before doing these other type of shenanigans. Probably lead with the Once Upon a Time here. Ooh, that is a hell of a draw. It's funny how you say that with Elves, but it's kind of true because the deck doesn't mulligan particularly well, but it top decks pretty insanely for what it's worth. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like the Stream Decker is probably outdated. I apologize. Shop, shop, shop. Let me just click on it. I do. So this is my second stream since I guess the end of last season. Does that? Yeah, that looks outdated. I'll update it later. So I apologize. But yeah, exactly. It has a Queen Ranger in it. So the reason why I cut Queen Ranger is unlike Nettle Sentinel, I actually think it actually is decent and actually does things. And there are times I'm not gonna lie, like there are times I wish I could tutor for it. And it does. It comes up like every few leagues or so. Hey Repo Cheat, yeah, yeah, I didn't. That was a crazy match. I actually think you're very favored in the matchup. I think the Curses matchup is like one of the ones I dread to see personally, because Dark Ritual into those lock pieces is pretty nuts. How much mana do I have? I think I just do it now. Oops, wrong one. So the reason why I cut the Queen Ranger is because while it does come up that I sometimes want it, it's something I can live without. So I'll bring up the deck actually. So this main deck I've been kind of playing for a while now. Actually, that's probably not a great way to display it. But yeah, the Queen Ranger allowed me to play the Endurance, and I actually, as a non-blue deck, value sideboard space to beat combo. I don't know if Eli missed it earlier or not, but I build decks for leagues the same way that I would play out in challenges. Like Yorick has always played the same list I play in leagues. There is a lot of combo in leagues, admittedly, but I think there's actually a decent amount of combo in challenges and things like that too. Because, like I said, what I found about Legacy is you cannot convince people not to play Dark Ritual decks. Like that's something I've learned the hard way. Like each time I cut combo hate, I end up regretting it. It's particularly against Graveyard since they're easier to hate out. That would make sense, Jeff. Only because Eternal Weekend is nearby. Yeah, so for me at least, I typically play similar lists, and I don't adjust much for leagues versus challenges. And for the most part, it's been fine. Like York, I know like last year single-handedly won top 8 like I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 15 events with this list, or with the list that I would play in leagues. Granted, it'd be almost a win, right? If you don't have to use like half your sideboard. Uh, so you would prefer not to face those decks, but I think in the current state, one of the all right. So I'll let everybody in on a secret. Uh, I won a lot last season with this list, and to the untrained eye, it might be unclear what's different. The big difference is this card. That's a unintended pun. So Endurance being a fair card that actually hoses not only Doomsday but graveyard strategies is why the Elf combo matchup is actually pretty good now. I think the only combo decks that I'm a little bit afraid of are either Unplayed like Show and Tell, or or like Belcher or something. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, small just changes on the margins are fine. I think Eli, but I typically play and advise York and like anybody who follows me to play like a similar list. And the reason being is like I said, like you're only a little bit scared of combo because you're probably gonna lose game one. So you want to have get out of the early rounds in a bigger event, and then um, your just your card quality will carry you through in the fair matchups in the later rounds. But yeah, endurance is the reason why the deck is so much better now. Because when I first tested this card, I thought it was trash. Because I kept trying to replace Leyline with it, and the honest truth is you cannot replace this effect. Like it is just unparalleled in Legacy, in terms of what Leyline or the hard hitters like Deafening Silence or Mindbird Trap. Like this is much easier to play around, especially if they know about it. But and I mentioned this in my Patreon too. But like if you have multiple angles of attack, and especially since this is a fair card, so to speak, it's almost bonus, right? Like I'm getting to the point. I'm not going to divulge exactly how I sideboard against every deck, but because it varies from deck to deck. But I have enough combo hate now where I will board out Glimpse of Nature in some combo matchups, which is like, if you told me that a year ago, that'd be insane. Like, the only time I ever boarded out Glimpse of Nature in the past was during the Breach era because it's awkward against Brain Freeze. Right? Because the minute you go for the kill, they Brain Freeze you, and then you can't actually hoof them. And that was before Shepard too, obviously. So that would be the only. Also, it just so happened in that matchup before, Abrupt Decay ended up being pretty good. So, swapping those two cards. But as a general rule of thumb, like I think a lot of matchups I will board out Glimpse of Nature now because you just don't need it, and you just have a higher density of combo hate. We're playing against my good buddy Max Gilmore. He is likely on Doomsday. But I mean, this is like a generically good hand. So Max and I go to the same LGS, so I might see him tomorrow. We'll see. I'm assuming I'm gonna lose game one because if he's on Doomsday, like this is not great against Doomsday, but I think I have to keep this. Like the only hands that are better than like this generic hand is like a quick natural order or the natural one of endurance, which I'm more hard for. I think that's not. He does have decent range. The only reason why is because he told me he's like, oh, okay, so I stand corrected. He told me he was gonna play likely Doomsday for EW, so we'll see, right? Hey, Inigo. So we have our reigning top 8 Elves player in the house now. And for those of you who don't know Inigo, he's always been a nice guy to me. Even when Reclaimer was not popular at all, and uh, he has been a big supporter of mine. And actually, lately has really put in the work to learning the deck, and it showed because I mentioned earlier in the stream he got his first back-to-back top not back back-to-back trophies on Monday, and then last Monday, and then followed it up with his first top eight in a challenge ever yesterday. All right, so it looks like Max is playing 8 casts, which is kind of good for us, right? Because we have the oof in the main deck. So this version does have Force of Will main. So we'll see. He's got to force this if he has it. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Is that pronounced Mohica? I apologize if that's incorrect. But yeah, I mean that's a fair point. Hard J, Mojica. Is that right? All right. So I think what did he pitch? Emery. Ooh, that's actually kind of good. All right. Hmm. Ooh, that's actually a really welcome top deck. I think here I want to actually play the Visionary for those of you who don't know this, you actually want to play the creature before you activate the Cradle. I think the game is probably ours. So that's 3 mana. So yeah. We just have to get the Collector Oof here, and then we're not gonna die on the thing, and then actually that's actually a really good draw. So another question that comes up a lot is why is Queen Ranger the cut if it's on average better than Heritage Druid? It's because you need Heritage Druid for these kind of matches where the speed matters. And Queen Ranger's floor, while higher than Heritage, is not good enough anymore in Legacy today for me to justify keeping it in the fair matchups anyways. Does this deck... Okay, sorry, I've been kind of not checking the stream. I agree this is going to be really popular. Does this deck have relevant sideboard hate versus Elves? Yeah, Torpor is like decent. The problem is I'm not really focusing on Visionary postboard. Dismember is like not great because it's just outside of Archon, right? Yeah, big boys are coming. For what it's worth, I do want to talk about this matchup. If for anybody who's looking to play this for Eternal Weekend, Uh, while I'm not specifically targeting this matchup, this and D&T are going to be hurt by the fact that I'm running Force of Vigor for the lands matchup. So they're going to get hit by splash damage from me, at least, and other Elves players. Like, because I mentioned, like, I think the only matchup I'm kind of scared of at the moment is lands, and I'm trying to fix that matchup. I fixed the Doomsday matchup, I believe, and I think I just really want to work on the lands matchup. And unfortunately, D&T and 8cast convenient, or fortunately for us, I guess, are conveniently hit by this card as well, which makes this card like really good at the moment. Against them, I think you want the trophies just for like the random Chalice of the Voids. It's not a secret. I mentioned this on Romario's stream. So their combo is A plus B, where A is Dark Ritual, B is Doomsday. The thing is, we have a more consistent A plus B counter play, which is A is Shepherd or Green Sun Zenith. Yeah, this is probably a good matchup regardless. So A is Shepherd or Green Sun. B is Assassin's Trophy or Endurance. So their combo is 4 and 4, or I guess Personal Tutor is 4 and 8, right? If they have 4x or something. Ours is 8 and 8, so it's more consistent. We have a fast natural order kill. We have hand disruption too. So and Allosaur Shepherd gets through. So I think you lose game 1 now, and then you probably win post board. Trophy matters. Hey Dom, good to see you, man. I appreciate you dropping by. A big fan of Dominic Harvey, by the way. Trophy matters because if they go, the hands you lose to are turn 1 Dark Ritual Doomsday, and if for instance you're on the play, you go turn 1 Shepherd, turn 2 Trophy their land, and they lose a game on the spot. Like, it's people are not used to playing against mana denial out of Elves. Okay, I better hurry up. Probably that. The thing is, like, you can't. So it's hard, right? Because they have to play. They're generally playing around endurance, and they can't really have a power that makes more mana, and that's why. Although some of them are starting to adapt, I played against somebody yesterday who had a basic island in their pile. So maybe they're starting to adapt, but at least right now, I feel good about the Doomsday matchup. And actually, Max, I actually tested against him, and he actually kind of agrees. And the same Max I'm playing against right now, obviously. Uh-oh. I've actually had people guess my fetch land and get me with this. Alright. Thankfully, he is not sniping. Although I wouldn't expect Max to anyways. Max is a good guy. It kind of does make it a lot harder, Eli. And the reason being is because the shuffle part screws them up too. If they actually do that. The other reason why they can't really afford to put a... Oh, that is a hell of a card. So Mac jokingly said, "Damn, should have ghosted me." Spear of Resistance is really annoying. Repo cheap. The search is optional, but then they don't get the land, right? I see what you're trying to say, Eli. I would have to think about it some more, but at least so far, it's generally worked for me. Here, obviously, I'm just gonna hit his mana disruption. Yeah, okay. Some people already know this. Every once in a long while, I will, well, not long while, every once in a while, I will consult Jarvis Yu. And I actually lost him in the, I think, two showcases ago or whatever it was. I started 4-0, and then I ended up losing to Jarvis. And he was on lands, and I found the matchup very difficult. And I actually asked him what he would do if he were me. And while he hasn't played this version of the deck in a while, he agrees that Force of Vigor is very strong. And the problem is Leyline of the Void used to be really strong against lands, but Urza Saga has completely changed that. I think here I just want to Visionary. Yes, it is a true demonic consultation. I agree with that, Don. The reason why I'm Visionary here is it adds to the Cradle mana. But yeah, this card is just absurd right now. Yes, it is insane in and against lands. That I would agree with that. But yeah, the it's not once. So whatever is not what it once was. The graveyard hate. So I'm doing it this way because I kind of want the arbor anyways, and I'm gonna now tie up their mana. The game is probably very difficult to lose from this spot. Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, like, I've noticed because Jarvis told me like Saga plus Spheres pumping your constructs and Tabernacle just tying up your mana, and the way elves typically lose is if you tie up their mana. Like if they have mana, they will eventually beat you. Um, but the thing is like it's not even that like Leyline of the Void is not even that good as it once was because like I said, they can just bypass it with spheres and constructs now and just while tying up your mana. Whereas before it was much harder to tie up your mana and win. Well, win through graveyard hate, I should say. Yeah, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, that was kind of an example of how I like built this deck, right? Like, and here's the reason why. Like, I know people will make jokes or whatever. Oh, Newton just plays like really a mid range pot, or I made that joke, right? Like, this is like really green black Golgari rock control, right? Because I just cut all the combo cards that I don't think are necessary, and the logic for that is there's a lot of decks right now. Reanimator, Tess, Show and Tell, Doomsday. They play a lot of fast mana, and our fast mana is Heritage Druid. Nice, Romero. And I think two things, right? Like, why do I want to get into an arms race for speed when I'm naturally slower with because I have creatures anyways? So that to me doesn't make any sense from a metagame perspective. Two, because we're slower, I think it makes more sense to just play more disruption and higher card quality, like in the specifically Reclaimer being the best creature in the deck, and things like Endurance that is just like an absurd card. Um, so that you're really more in the fair category that can't actually. You're a fair deck that beats all the other fair decks, minus maybe lands, right? Um, And I mean, I'm overgeneralizing. Obviously, you're not gonna always beat all the other fair matchups because variance and things like that. But I'd rather address the harder matchups, and instead of trying to get an arms race and also make my fair matchup worse, because part of the reason why I think exactly like the food chain of the learn approach. Part of the reason why I think a lot of those matchups, those decks are bad against Delver is because they have dead fast mana in the form of Dark Ritual and Lotus Petal. Whereas when you're playing Elves, the deadest card is, so to speak, Heritage Druid, and it's not even that dead. It's still a creature. So your card quality is just better, right? So that's why I think this deck has a very good Delver matchup. I think they definitely still keep it in Eagle. From what I experienced, and talking with Jarvis, he at least keeps it in. So kind of some lopsided matchups so far. I think I played very poorly in this first match, so that was on me. I'm gonna take a quick 1 minute restroom break and then be right back. And shout out to Inigo for using this transition thing for me. So I'm back. Questions here. Most combo decks will have a decent Delver matchup with the uncounterable Veil of Summer. Yes and no. I think that Kataki for what matchup? We're not in white too, for what it's worth. But oh, I see what you're saying from the answering run core. But okay, I want to mention the Shepherd thing since somebody brought it up. Like, I know. So in my opinion, and I think Eli, if he's still on would agree with me on this. Shepherd's a little bit overrated, and here's why. I kind of compare it to, it's like the green Ragavan in the sense that it's like good against blue, but pretty mediocre against non-blue. Like against DNT, goblins, green white depths, it's a liability actually. The same way Ragavan tends to be. And that's kind of why I think the card is a little bit overrated and worse than Reclaimer in general. The other thing about the card is, while it is good against permission, it's actually a little bit of a liability post board because you know they're gonna have -1 or like deal one to blazing volley type effects. And if you look at the way I built the deck, again, right? Reclaimers live through sweepers. Heritage, they get boarded out. Waterwood doesn't die to Plague Engineer. Um, Visionary Cycle. Like, typically the way I build a deck, it's significantly harder to hate this deck out than like a Nettle Sentinel build that Nettle, not only Nettle doesn't do anything, Heritage doesn't do anything. They have a lot of cards. Queen Ranger doesn't do anything. Like, it Plague Engineers out. Whereas this one, I'm not saying I can beat Plague Engineer every time, but anecdotally speaking, I've beaten Plague Engineer at least um, half the matches I play against it. And I don't know if Repo Cheap is still on or not. Like, I don't want to throw him under the bus or anything. I mean, Nettle lives through Engineer, but not really, right? Because the cards that make it good don't. So it doesn't really like. So against Repo Cheap, my Chris's opponent round one, game three, he had multiple engineers out, and so like I think at one point, like Justin had two opposition agents, two plague engineers, Trinosphere, and something else I don't remember. But and a curse of misfortunes that luckily had a force of vigor. But like I cannot imagine a normal traditional build playing through that kind of hate. Like, and I think that's the strength of this build, where it's like significantly harder to hate out than people realize. Not that I'm encouraging you to hate out elves or anything, but also Reclaimer. If you untap it with it against Delver, it oftentimes reads win target game. Like against graveyard decks and Delver specifically, if you untap with Reclaimer, it's probably game over. Like in my mind at least, if they don't have like white removal or something like that, or outside of something like Submerge, in my mind the game is over. And the reason being is because it prevents your opponent from getting a Murktide Regent, and it's like almost impossible to kill, and it undoes all their mana denial because of assuming you have at least 2 to 3 lands, one of them is going to be a Cradle. Plague Engineer turns on Chalice though, so it stops Nettle Reclaimer in another way. Um, yes, I would agree with that. So if Reclaimer hasn't hit the board yet, then yeah, Plague Engineer can be pretty good if you have a Chalice out. The thing is, like, if I really wanted to, and if Plague Engineers were more popular, like at any time, like it's not unreasonable to play Cabal Pit, and it's like I may even play Cabal Pit for Eternal Weekend. I don't know yet. Like, I'm not done with the oh. We're playing against lands, and Tim is very good. So hopefully I don't get ranched by him. I think this is like reasonable, like especially if he's on lands. But yeah, I mean, part of the appeal of Reclaimer, right? I think part of the appeal with Reclaimer is you can deal with Engineer too, right? I'm gonna deck thin as usual. I think I like the acceleration, to be honest. Actually, well, it's kind of hard, right? Like, yeah, I think. I think I just like more Reclaimers. In case Tim has like a turn one punishing fire or something like that. This matchup is very difficult. I used to think I was decent in this matchup, and then I realized it's a lot harder when your opponent is very good, and Tim is very good. I was probably beating more medium type lands players. Alright, like I said before, I'm gonna fetch out the Bayou to play around the Wasteland, and then if he attempts to Wasteland, I don't think he will. Obviously, I'll just get a basic, and now I'm out of Punishing Fire range. The play may be actually just to fetch the Bayou, because we have a third fetch here. I think the play here is to get the basic, and then to play around the Wasteland, so we can grist next turn. I think we have no choice but to stop this right here. And then we're gonna kill their loam. Yeah, I think we have to get rid of this. Yeah, the one-off endurance has just been absolutely nuts. Like, because people never play around it. Like, getting out like ant players when they're going for Fast and Flames. So the nice thing here is like the life from library is now relevant, right? Because your reclaimers are big. Sometimes to handle a flip delver, oh my god. Pretty often, Inigo, people because people have been blown out by this one of endurance, like reanimator players, for instance, too, that think they're safe. Uh, yeah, we're just dead here. This matchup, if your opponent knows you're on elves, is very difficult to win game one. And like I said, Tim is a very good player. I would expect him to know what to do. I used to board in endurance against lands. In hindsight, I think that's now incorrect. The reason being is because if you're using to stop loam, you're down a card, whereas they didn't spend a card, right? Because it's in the yard. Also, to block Mirror I like having one, but that's probably about it. Punishing Fire, again, they need, it's A plus B, so I'm just going to live with them not having it. And then I think I just want to board for speed. Oof isn't particularly great here, I don't think. I think this seems reasonable enough. I just want the 1 to 2 or 4 in case they have a late Merit Lage. And sometimes it's like useful to naturally draw. Or to stop Punishing Fire. You do have Bog ready for that, so I don't think it's like super necessary. This is probably a mole. Like, the endurance isn't coming down for a while. If they kill the Reclaimer, we're probably just dead. This seems significantly better. Thank you for the follow, Tron Travolta. I feel like we've been the second natural order. I boarded out the glimpse. The problem is, I think after you deal with their like lock piece, you want a way to win the game quickly. The best route to victory, in my observation, is to get a quick progenitors. Oh. All right. So our mana's being tied up here, which is tough. I think I just want to use this to pitch. To be honest, I think at some point we want to get to progenitors, and this is tying up all our mana anyways. I don't think we fetch here. That's actually reasonable. Yeah, force is like insane. That card is nuts. Like we have something that I realized that I and other players need to do better is a lot of times people approach matchups like, oh, how do we slow them down? That in today's legacy, I think it's just not enough. Like you have to not only slow them down, you have to think about a route to a victory too. And I think that's how we do it here with the natural order. So we're gonna pay 2. We need to draw a creature, and we can then get progenitors. Yikes. I don't want to expose the cradle to wasteland. That might have been our window right there. We needed to hit a creature, and we did not. Probably an argument to be made. Maybe we dump the glimpses for more visionary and more wirewood, because a wirewood there is also natural order. I'll leave that as an exercise for anyone who wants to try to figure that out. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter because Tim has the combo here anyways. I think we want to preactively fetch. If he goes for Merit Lage, which he may or may not, because I'm representing Assassin's Trophy, that might be worth bluffing. They are, but not through Merit Lage, though. I think we missed our window, to be honest. And I'm not sure it would have mattered because if we did, they would be priced into going for Dark Depths anyways, and we just lose on the crackback. Like, it's hard to win through Tabernacle plus Clock. Like, the times where I've beaten Tabernacle is typically when they don't have any pressure. We really needed Tim not to have a draw engine because I think, well, it's hard to say, right? Because like we used our Force of Vigor early on the Mox Diamond, which I think probably is correct, and Exploration because we don't want them to power out like Loam or something. All right, so that is respect for our Assassin's Trophy. And I think it's actually the safe play too, because you're ahead. Why chance it, right? So for the stream, actually, Tim actually just suggested if he wins game two, he would concede to me, and then we would play game three, and I would concede to him just for the stream and for the practice. Yeah. So again, right? Like our mana was tied up, right? And we needed to really hit the Progenitus there to at least put a pressure on, and then top deck Assassin's Trophy probably locks up the game. I think that's what you're referring to, Repo Cheap, but I could be wrong. Sure. Now I think we're just dead. Like we have a chump block in endurance, but that's about it. Okay. So let's do this. We actually have one chump block because of the endurance, but probably dead regardless. I think we don't want it on Tim. I think we do it on ourselves. So yeah, I think we'll do that. All right, so Tim being the good guy, giving me the practice before EW. Uh, I think I'm okay with the way I boarded. Like, I could try, cutting the glimpses. They're like really iffy. I've found in this matchup. So let's try the other way for the stream. Um, Probably more relevant too to have the collector because you can randomly steal games, right? I think Tim's list is actually harder to beat too in general. Man, this is like pretty sketch. Probably keep because of the ley line, but it's not great. At least it pitches to endurance. I mean, there's that, right? But you already have the ley line, so it's kind of awkward. It's like real dicey though. I'm like tempted to put this back. It's possible that's a mole. If gotta take the land. So if Tim kills the Shepherd here, I don't think I really care. Like it's one of the worst creatures in the deck, in this against lands. A good draw here would be like Force of Vigor, obviously, especially now. The reason to hit the Shepherd would be to keep me off Cradle mana, but why do some people call tutor targets garnets? I mean, maybe because it's green, I don't know. I think we just bash and then play the bog. Our hand is like pretty bad. I kind of wish now that I had mold. So yeah, so for those of you who are wondering why I'm trying to address the lands matchup, like I said, this matchup is not very good. I did beat it in the showcase, but my opponent also walked into an Assassin's Trophy, like on their Merit Age or Dark Depths. So, for whatever that's worth. See, like, I probably should have mulled. Because the progenitors and the whatever and the bog is almost like a mole already, right? I think you have to take the land. I actually think from this point, well, actually, if it weren't for the library, I would say it's maybe winnable, but still kind of hard from this point. Not to mention the map is gonna be pretty savage right now. It's almost likely to be a depths, yeah. That or a tabernacle, right? So I won my lands matchup on Sunday because they went for that line. Actually, the line was like they had, I think, a Dark Depths and a Yavimaya and some other irrelevant land. And I played against the matchup enough to be aware a crop rotation means you're dead end step. So I left them up mana and then blew them out that way. I think the line here is. Ugh. Actually, yeah, probably just a land. I'm gonna get ported here, so I probably should have fetch actually because I want to get 6 lands. But that's okay. I think the line actually here is actually on them in case we draw a reclaimer. Speaking of which. I like it when I draw the card that rewards the line that I was thinking about. So if Jax is online, so this is credit Jax. Do we really want to shuffle them when they have a library? Shuffle what? All right, so we're priced into blocking here, which I don't think we have a kill through with the hand we have in hand. Yeah, so it works if they have crop rotation, which is why I didn't shuffle their blast zone back in the previous game. Um, but I'm pretty sure we're just dead here, right? Oh, interesting. We have to block, and then we have top deck hoof, maybe? But I think this game is probably hard regardless, but yeah, double waste here. I'll just yield through. And then port. So Tim is playing smart, right? Like I said, the way you beat elves is you lock up their mana. And I think this matchup is hard. Like Leyline didn't even do anything, right? Like I'm kind of iffy on this card. If I think I'm trying because I think it has use in leagues especially, but I think if I really want to hit lands, this is not the card I want, and it's probably should be. For sure, the Wasteland that would have been helpful against these Tabernacle hands, and maybe a crop rotation. I think I kind of like that instead of the two Leyline of the Void. Benny Wise. I do not know what they are on. Do we have forces? Yeah, we have two force of vigor. I think three might be excessive, but I was playing that not too long ago. We're on the play. I mean, this is like a Mola 6 already, and not particularly good if they have any kind of disruption. So I'll put it back. The younger, less experienced me would have kept that hand for sure. And then probably be punished. I see you. You show us you're only man. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. So probably the shepherd here, and I probably run out the symbiote to protect it. So the reason why that less I think is one I played worse on stream. Like that was definitely apparent in the first round. I think the last few rounds here I have played, decent enough. But so that's one thing. I definitely play worse when I'm streaming, but I kind of enjoy it, and I think people do enjoy. Hopefully, when I stream, and everybody hopefully benefits from it. The other thing is I think off stream too. Yeah, I guess I'm able to focus more. Is the long story short. Like I'm terrible at multitasking, so yeah. So multitasking is the thing. Like I know some people can do it. I'm not one of those people that does it well. They took the green sun, which is fine. So, I hinted at this a little bit earlier, but the matchups where Glimpse tends to come out is matchups where you're playing against the combo mirror and endurance is relevant. The reason being is you can't afford to tap out, and it's kind of awkward, right? Like you have to hold creatures in your hand. So in those matchups, I kind of like, playing to the board to natural order kills, and then boarding out glimpses because it allows you to actually hardcast endurance if need be. So we're playing against a fair deck here. Also, another point where I would green sun for endurance is like Euros in this graveyard or something like that. I think I have to play to the board. And then I'll just keep the endurance in hand for Snapcaster shenanigans. I'm not too upset about the results so far. We're 2-2. The first one I probably played pretty poorly. The first loss. Second loss is to lands, and admittedly, like that kind of proves the point. I think Leyline's kind of trash against them at the moment. That's actually not bad. Yeah, I think I just play it. Yeah, I think streaming in the long term is probably not only good for the community, but probably good for me because it probably makes me a better player overall because dealing with distractions is and I don't mean that in a bad way. Learning how to multitask is probably something I should be able to improve at to make myself a better player in general. Anyways, one of the comments I got at my LGS is that I play kind of loose when I'm there because one, I probably joke around with my friends a lot, and because it's easier to get distracted I think in person when you're not staring in front of the computer too. So I think I played like one legacy event, like, oh sure, that's fine, where somebody said, oh, you were kind of careless tonight. I said, yeah, probably something I should probably improve on. Poker tricks? Yeah, so I haven't played a high stakes like event in probably a long time, so there's that too, right? I think here we just play it on as a attack. Probably bounce everything, right? And then I'm just gonna start bashing. They have to block the shepherd or the birch lore. I mean, green is a good color. Actually, no, I don't. I want to actually bounce on one of the other guys. I mean, we're dead to engineer anyways, so we might as well just play everything out. Yeah, Strix I think is really good against Murktide. I think that's probably the big appeal to black. Discard obviously, like if you think you need help in combo. Plague Engineer, like it depends, right? Like I don't think there's actually that many Elves players. Like if you want it for, I mean, humans, like D&T, maybe I guess, but I think like I don't know the exact construction of D&T to know how good Plague Engineer is against them at the moment. I would imagine it's not great because they have four spirits, they have like constructs, they have like different things. Yeah. That's what I was saying, Steve. I'm not even sure playing is that great against D&T. Dreadnought now, that is a hoser card or massacre. Yeah, I mean Mother, sure, and Thalia, but I mean what else, right? Recruiter, I guess is pretty good. Like, it's like not bad, obviously. Debatable, like how great it is. Because there's not that many Elves players in my opinion that right now. Just myself, Yorg. I think Inigo's been playing like at a higher level lately, so. And I don't even play challenges, so like you just dodge me for for all that's worth. They were no green for C control. I think given that they're on black, I think we're priced into Thoughtseize. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't even think it's that great against like D&T. Yes, I guess I do have according to Alice, I have the high ground like in Star Wars 3, right? Obviously this comes out. I used to board out in these control matches Cradle, and then I realized why am I boarding out the strongest card in the creature in the deck, even if it's awkward to draw multiples. So yeah, I'm taking out what is it called? I'm taking out all the heritage because it's terrible against these like mono quad engineer decks. Um, Possible I don't even want the burst floor, but at least they morph. Uh, I don't think anything else is like good enough, so probably this is good enough. Like I said, right? Post board engineer's not even that great, right? It kills what? Shepherd? That's about it. Like, because visionary cycles. Ugh. Not really what I want, but I think you have to keep. They probably take the Wirewood, I would imagine. It doesn't make sense to take a C's here. Ranger's not. Yeah. Well, there it is. You take the engineer here because in case they draw brainstorm, like you don't get cute. I guess with that is what I'm saying. In general, sure. Also, these control decks um, have started to play Wasteland, so that's another reason to keep in guys the four guys cradle. I think it's like I joked. Maybe these control players should be arrested for playing Wasteland in their in the control deck. Arrest these control players. Sure. We really need to hit a land here. Take that expressive iteration away. And like no more of these kind of draws, please. Not the worst. So what's interesting is they didn't play the Flooded Strand, so they can't really cast iteration for great value here. Sure. Yeah, the greed is real from these 4C control decks with Wasteland too. This is just the worst. At least there's endurance to pitch it to now, but this is the worst. This is exactly why. I mean, I know we got Wastelander, so that changes the equation too. But it's part of the reason why I hate hands with multiple discard spells. Not to mention, one of the ways we beat these Plague Engineer decks is you just get Progenitors and they can't beat it. But that's not off the table. Strix, sure. Ugh, that's a tease. Strix is actually one of the cooler cards, I will say. Believe it or not, chat, I have never self-thought seized just to get a prog out of my hand. I'm sure it's come up for other people somewhere, but it's never come up for me. Though it's not completely unreasonable here. The first thought seize is them, the second one thought seize is us, alright? You need like a visionary into like a land here, that'd probably be pretty ideal. It's funny too because a land that I've always been tempted to play because of Progenitus. Oh god, they have multiple ways. Yeah, this is the 4C him deck, I think. We're probably just dead from here, to be honest. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't remember now. Something about the Thoughtseize and self. Oh, I wanted to play Gaia's Reach Sanitarium as a Reclaimer toolbox land because of this card, and because you can sometimes draw cards off of it or whatever. And if you want to get cute, you can. Okay, well now we're getting value at least out of the Progenitus. I don't think we can afford to attack. But yeah, if you get cute with it, you can combo it with like Leovold or something. Requiring blue though, but what are they gonna take? There's no way we can allow that to happen. Alright, now we're just dead, I think. They cast Iteration. Possibly. I actually think we're favored. Even with engineers. Like, keep in mind, Alice, like, I keep in mind, that was not pun intended, but, I'm always ready for Plague Engineer. I just assume that any black deck is going to have 4. So the game plan is you just take it out of their hand before it hits the board. And usually it's like pretty decent. And even at all costs, you still have natural order, like to ignore it sometimes. Like there's a lot of ways to beat Plague Engineer. Something that's harder to beat is like Zealous Persecution because I'm not playing around that kind of card. Yeah, hymns can be annoying when they're on the play. On the draw, I feel like it's a little slow. See, like these black decks, I just fully expect they're gonna have quad engineer. Minimum 3. I mean, like, yeah, you can't. I don't know. For me, I don't think you can realistically compete if your deck just folds to one card. Which is why I built the deck the way I built it, but you know what's interesting here? I think if we can resolve the natural order, we're not too far out of the game. Huh. Yeah, the Reclaimer gets the Cradle now, and we're actually not that far away from just winning this game. Which which is kind of funny if you think about it. Sure. All right, now we're further from winning the game, but one step at a time. Agreed. If they had named Arbor, we're probably way more trouble, given this board state. Sure, they take our C's. Yeah, we gotta hit land here, like big time, and we're actually not that far from stealing this game. And we drew pretty poorly, like all things considered. I think our opponent kind of knows it too. Like suddenly, this is a real game. They can't attack. Like I'm gonna snap block this engineer. They attack. Land. That is like one of the worst cards we can draw right there. Well, it's like better if we draw creatures now, but that is like one of the worst draws we can draw. Him? Oh, brutal. Brutal. The good thing is they have no clock. So let's get this going. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Man, but we need another. Yeah, I'm debating about Gris or another Reclaimer. It's tough because you get super punished if your opponent draws hand disruption. Let me think. Like I kind of want another Reclaimer and just like natural order kills them. But Gris is pretty damn good too. So I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold. I'm not. Man, this is like real. Okay, let's see how many cards left in the deck. We'll hold it up. All right, our hand just got worse. Now this has to be a Reclaimer. Well, we would have had it, but I think we have to block. Yeah, the Sagiristi would have been sick there. So close. This is game 2, so we're up a game, and we have like a ton of outs still. Well, there's one of the outs. Um, it's not lethal, but it's not going to be for a while. I think you cashed it in right now and get the Gris. And this is going to start taking over the game. I actually think they might just be dead to us, to this Gris. We pitched the Progenitus earlier. They're gonna have to keep bashing. Well, okay, that's yeah. If we had the Progenitus, that would have sealed it, but I think we have to start bashing with the Reclaimer to put pressure back. um. Ooh, interesting. I think we snap block here, right? If in an emergency we kill the Strix, but I'm not afraid of that right now. So what happens is the reason why we traded the Reclaimer. Oh my god. Yikes. That was the third one too. There's an argument to be made. We kill the thing with the engineer. Kill the engineer with the grist, but I think ticking up is like probably okay too. 5 turns. If we can't win 5 turns, then Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go. Wow. And this is what I mean. This deck top decks real well. Wow, that was quite the game. I think it showcased exactly everything I wanted to showcase about this deck. Like, we had our Progenitors exile. We like fought through multiple engineers. Our hand wasn't even that great, right? Like, we had a dead Thoughtseize for the whole game, and wow, what a game. I'll run another one. I gotta use the restroom real quick, but that was pretty amazing. I think like we showcased what the deck can do in that matchup. I think. So we drew another natural order, and we had enough tokens where Huff was lethal this time. Yeah, the deck just top decks real well, and like if you're gonna run your engineer into my reclaimer, don't think I'm not gonna block. Like, but yeah, I'll be right back. BRB.
Hey, decent. Yeah, I missed it too. I'll bring it up actually for old time's sake, just right now. Let's see if I can find that old image. Here we go. I think this is what people enjoy, right? But shout out to Inigo for generating this new template for me. Hey, David, how's it going? I am streaming for once. Yeah, it is. I can't take any credit. I didn't do any of the work. Inigo did the template for me and then helped me set it up. So anybody who wants have inquiries about that in the future, Inigo will be the person to. That is my wife. Um, to contact. So just a plug for Inigo there. I'm gonna play another league. I'm gonna go change it up. Like this is the list that the Inigo and Jorg ran earlier. I don't think I like this card at the moment, unfortunately, and that's saying a lot, given that I always joked about your 75 starts with 4 leyline initially. So what do we have here? I have a wasteland and I have a third force. Do I have anything else to play with? Do I have a crop? What is? Oh, is a fourth trophy is the other card. I don't think I like that card. Oops. Move. There we go. I'll try this. This is what I've been playing last week. Oh, you're talking about the one with swords and deafening silence. I think the thing about that list is, you're. I want to be able to beat lands, and I don't think either of those cards are good against lands right now. Like they're not beating you with Merit Lage most of the time, um, and deafening silence just doesn't do anything. This is Gris. It is a hell of a card. I'd argue it's one of the best planeswalkers in Legacy at the moment. It reads win target game against control player, and just random removal spell that you can green sun for. Extra points if you can show this in response to a show and tell Emrakul. Other fringe uses, like I've ultimated for lethal against like curses recently. What else? You get extra tokens. You flip like a Waterwood symbiote or a second Gris. Yeah, it's the best. I would say. What else? It triggers a glimpse. It adds mana for a cradle. It does pretty much everything that you want. A utility card to do. My rule of thumb now is like all the utility one-ofs are like bombs. Like bomb. This is like pseudo bomb, not really. That you can green sun for it. Yes, so it beats the containment priest too. By the way, because of the way containment priest is worded. So for what I mean by that is like if you natural order and your opponent flashes in Containment Priest, before it would just feel the worst. Now if they do that, you just get a grist and you just like plus or minus, depending on your board and hand. You just kill their Containment Priest or kill the following turn. Okay, so Alice, I know there's a lot of people who really dislike the play patterns of Allosaurus Shepherd, and I'll agree. Like, it's not a fun card to play against when like you just shut off like 8 cards from your deck. But like, is it any more different than like Plague Engineer? To be honest, like Plague Engineer, same thing, right? You just shut off like 8, 12 cards from my deck, or I mean, maybe more. So I'm not sure it's too much different, to be honest, than like something like Plague Engineer, which is also an unfun card to play against. So the other thing is, I do feel bad for Chalice players. I know that's a paradox because why feel bad for a Chalice player, right? But
Yeah, so I said that because David's in the house, but this is David Centeno Viper Force. But like this card just completely invalidates a lot of chalice strategies, and I mean I hate to admit it, but they're one of the good guys in the grand scheme of Legacy. Chalice of the Void is probably a good guy, even though I don't really like the card personally. Um, but it does help police some of the blue strategies. Yeah, so the other thing is like I think legacy players also have this thing, and it's human, right? Like where we don't like losing to players we feel that maybe are inexperienced or play poorly. Why I say that is because I think sometimes blue mages who tend to be better on average than the average player will lose to an elf player that maybe is stumbling or whatnot, and then that doesn't feel good because of Allosaurus Shepherd enabling these lines. Whereas before, if an elf player outplays like a blue mage, then it's like okay, this elf player is just really good. I'll live with that. And I think it's the reason why a lot of people don't play non-blue decks too, because when you lose to like a reanimator or whatnot, it just doesn't feel nice. Like when you easily can play a blue deck and have force of will, and your opponent is like stumbling around with Gristlebrand, for instance, and just not the best feeling for some players. And is my guess why blue is more popular than it probably should be. But again, this is like my guess. I'm gonna run it back, but with the changed sideboard here, because I want to see how the lands matchup potentially is in case we run into it. Cabal Pit, I didn't have access to. It's like a reasonable add to. Yeah, I think it's the Brainstorm format, and people love Brainstorm, but really, at the end of the day, I think it's even more than Brainstorm. It's Force of Will that people like. Because they don't want to get got, right? Like by the combo decks. Yeah, I saw a funny comment on I think it was the Goblins actually Discord. I don't know who said it or not. But somebody said, "Oh yeah, when I lose to Elves or Storm, it's like, hey, props. You took the time to learn your deck, but losing to Gristlebrand is like, the sequencing is more straightforward. I'll leave it that way." Scarlet Storms. Maybe they are on a Storm deck. I don't know. Uh, that is a very good question. Um, I am not 100%. I mean, out of respect for, I guess my boy Jonathan, I guess no. But I honestly, I'm not. I haven't thought about the question enough to give a good answer. I do not know if Force of Negation is good or bad for the format. I probably not, but I don't know. We don't know what our opponent is on. So I think the safe play is the lead reclaimer. Looks like they're on Delver or some blue variant. Not too bad. We have a protected Allosaurus Shepherd here. I mean, gut shot aside, I guess, which is a thing, but what I would like to see, but will never happen, but we're getting closer in this aspect is Force of Negation in all colors would be nice, I think, but that's never gonna happen. But Endurance and Solitude, I think, are nice additions to the Legacy and Modern formats, especially Legacy, really, because you want the. Ooh, this is just like too good, I think. How do I want to do this? Probably just pitch the yeah, this. case they have gut shot into like days or something. Instant. I love the cacao reference. This card, almost impossible for them to beat. The times I've lost with it is because like they had like a million things already, and I'm like, I got it out like really late, for instance. But even with Murktide, like by the time they can cobble enough for a Murktide, usually you have a second natural order or grist to follow up to kill the Murktide. Yeah, this is like pretty much Iona, green Iona. All right, so some people will be surprised that I board out the natural order package against Delver, and the logic is again like any game that goes late, you're probably favored. And those cards are not good at getting you to the late game. They're only good at winning when you get to the late game. Probably fine. So the nice thing is like endurance allows us to board out the natural order package completely, but again, it's like a fair card right in here. Whereas it's not replacing a Leyline of the Void. This is like totally fine. Actually, this is like pretty ideal to be honest. All right, so they're on the Steam Vents version, which means that they don't have. I think Wasteland could be okay, possibly instead of like a Heritage Druid. The reason why I don't play is because it feels like a bad top deck against a deck that's naturally faster than us. If I'm really playing tight, I think I lead with this Heath, right? To prevent drawing another Heath and getting Needle randomly. Like, that's just like so fringe though. Depending on their sequencing here, we may or may not be priced into casting the Endurance. Yeah, hand is like, this should be like a Wirewood or a Reclaimer or a Shepherd, but otherwise this hand's actually kind of insane. So at all times, you know you want to be on the lookout for Murktide Watch. All right, so we cannot cast the Endurance now, and I don't think it's worth it to preemptively evoke. Unfortunately, we're like a little cold to the Murktide here, but it is what it is if they have it. I think the correct play here is... Yeah, we have Trophy. I kind of want a Reclaimer to set up... I would have said Whale before, but I don't know what Whale looks like in an environment with Endurance. So I'm not sure. So that is a good question, Ken. Yeah, I'm thinking about fetch into Reclaimer fetch. Because I think we want to threaten Bog soon. And if they have it here, they have it. Like, it is what it is. Alright. We probably fairly significantly favor from here, I think. Okay. I think it's a little bit dangerous to get the... Well, I guess we could. We can get the Arbor here, I guess. Although that leaves it open to removal, though. Probably better to play it safe. No, I mean removal on subsequent turns, Inigo. I'm gonna do this on upkeep, I believe, to bog. Lightning bolt. All right, so we know now not to fetch the. We know not to fetch the arbor because of the bolt here. This is what I mean. Like you just lose mana for no reason. When you don't need to. That's okay with us. Alright, so now we know their hand. It's bolt and something else. It's awkward to play around days here, but I think we can live with one more turn before we have to. We can before I think we can play around days here. Actually, I'll pass. This is fine. We're at a virtual 5. Because we know there's one bolt in hand. Oof. Oh, wait. Do we not have another fetchable? Shoot. That is a mistake by me. We could be dead, yeah. That forces a trade with one DRC. Yeah, in Glimpse we trust, right? So they're choosing to keep us out of mana, which buys us actually more time. I don't mind that. We know the top card is a Reclaimer already, so it's not too bad, I think. And they're 2 off Delirium. We know they don't have days, they would have used it. That is actually very good draw. So is that. So the thing is, if we get to untap, we're gonna main phase Endurance. Like, there's no need to get greedy. We're at 4, which is like pretty good too. Oh god. That hits a land. It's actually really close. So if they Murktide here, we flash in the Delver. I think we want to play around the days too. Yikes. So they just drew the days. Oh, that was brutal. We're at 1 now. Nope, no, we're dead. Alright, that was pretty brutal. I'm trying to think what I could have done differently. I think the thing I would do differently there is I fetched when I didn't need to. That was probably the mistake that may have cost the game. I mean, I reclaimer when I didn't need to, and then I was forced into getting the Dryad Arbor. Maybe that just means the burn goes to the face instead, but our mana is better that game if I don't do that. So that was a misplay on my behalf. This is like a snap keep. We're gonna go turn 1 Green Sun into probably play everything out. That's on me, chat. I probably punted that game. Like the DRC hands are probably the hardest to beat in my opinion. And actually, if they ban Ragavan, they'll get to play Delver again, which is better than Ragavan against us. So that's something to keep in mind. These decks typically, oh, that's annoying. It almost feels like they're pre-boarded against us, right? Like, we're not gonna block. Like, there's really no need. Like, it benefits them for us to block because they're gonna kill the reclaim. Yeah. God. Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna attack here, actually. Yeah, let's attack. No, they didn't. Their hand, like these hands are beatable, actually. I'm gonna take the trade now because we're ahead on cards. And they probably don't expect me to take the trade there, so that's probably caught them off guard. Yeah, they just screw themselves. Yeah, I think we probably are very ahead now. We'll run this out, see if they have anything yet. We're pretty ahead, I think. Yeah. Like, I don't actually mention this a lot, but most people just think, oh, the Elves player is not gonna block, and then every once in a while, I have hands that dictate blocking, and they just get screwed, like the way they did there. General times to block. When you have more cards than they do, namely Visionary or Glimpse, or they mold. Heritage Druid is a good blocking candidate because it sucks. Uh, Also, if you're like really low on life points, it's probably a good time to block. Uh, I think it was an example there, but I've had it happen a lot where they don't expect the block and suddenly their hand falls apart because I blocked. And the thing is, like, most players don't know how to play this deck, so they can never tell too. Like, they don't know when I'm gonna block and when I'm not. If I see they're missing land drops, that would be reason for me to potentially block too. And it's usually a blowout. Like I blocked there, they lost the game on the spot because of the brainstorm didn't work, right? Like, unstable voodoo. Don't know what they're on. Yorion. Usually Yorion's a good sign for us. Maybe it's D&T. It could be like some kind of green sun deck, maybe. I don't know. Esper is a reasonable option. Bant Yorion upticking too. I'm gonna assume they're on like either Bant Yorion or D&T. I think those are like the common ones. I'll just yield. Looks like D&T. You can tell too because they played basic planes. Well, sorry, non-snow planes. As the PFP. I don't know what PFP is, but I'll take your word for it. Oh, profile pick. Ooh, okay. I think here we just take the free card. If they wasteland us, they wasteland us. Alright, it's definitely D&T now. Like, so we have a. Ooh, it's a little dangerous because I hate this. Like, they have solitude now, which is like super annoying. No, it's the thing is, like, if they solitude here, that's, let me see, +3. That's only 12. Well, actually, let me see. That's 4, 5. they all would get +4 here. That's 15 damage. Probably still worth it to go for it. They'd be down 2 cards, and that's a lot of damage. Alright, they don't have it, the Solitude. I thought about it, I was just like, that's still a lot of damage, because we sequenced correctly there. It's very easy to lose game 1 to DNT now. I think post-sport, especially with this, we're like significantly favored. This is a disgusting card against them. This card is like real bad. I think this is like reasonable. So Steve, your profile picture thing, I think actually the opposite is true, right? Like, rumor is there was a Sensei's Divining Top, playing Reclaimer Elves at the beginning of during last season, right? So yeah, what kind of maniac would name their what kind of elf player would name their user account Sensei's Divining Top Counterbalance? That's true. I do. I'm a reanimator player apparently. I think you got to mold this. This is like horrible. Oh, we're going to 5. I think we have no choice, but it's pretty bad. Man, it's debatable which one's better, the Glimpse or the... probably the Grist is better. The Glimpse isn't doing anything for a while, given our hand. Ooh, that helps a lot, actually. Like, it's probably... Man, the Glimpse is just too tempting. This is safe, but less... it's just the upside's too high. I think we have to play towards this. There's a chance the fetch is correct, but this is just too good not to get. Swords? Yeah. It's possible it doesn't matter if they have like a spirit. Okay, it didn't matter here, I guess. We're gonna lead with an Arbor now. They're gonna port us, and that's fine. Sure. Alright, so this could have been another fetch, and then we get the Reclaimer. Probably not a big deal. We just sequenced it differently is all. Like, they can potentially Skyclave our Reclaimer and we just be in the same spot anyways. My guess is their hand has Skyclave, and that's why they're doing this like main phase. Okay, so they're just really trying to cut our mana. Sure. Now I am a little bit regretting not getting that basic. But to be fair, like they can still, like a Reclaimer by itself here doesn't really do anything either. I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, this deck does not mulligan well. It top decks well only. This is kind of obnoxious. The good thing is we have a lot of time. Oh my god, that's gonna be bad. We just need to top deck a land, and we're probably okay. Because they don't have any cards in hand, and we can eventually block. Especially if we draw a fetch here, right? That's the problem, though. Like, that gives them a clock now, too. Sure. I think it's good, too. I mean, we didn't hit lands, like... We moved to 5. That's true. Good point, Steve. I didn't see that. Not salty at all. I'm just saying, like, I think this matchup is still very winnable from this board state. It's just now getting a little harder because we have they have pressure now, and they are flooding a little bit, or a lot, I should say, which Saga helps with. So I mentioned my testing with Max Gilmore earlier, and I think it was by chance we got paired in a league, but he was on Doomsday and I'm Moto 4 and he was on 7. This is post board. He won game 1, and he jokingly said, "You might want to keep 7 against Doomsday," and then I ended up winning because I drew well on the 4. And then I told him, see, I told you the Doomsday matchup is like okay for Elves now. And then I won game 3 as well with Shepherd plus Endurance. Although here we're just like, we don't get to play Magic. I mean, it's not about proving anything. Max believed me anyways. He only joked because he's my friend. Usually, I feel like most people won't joke if they're not if the opponent isn't their friend. Well, it's hard to say though. I don't know. We're just dead here. I think I'm almost certain. All right. We will try not to mull anymore. So that game was a good example of why I am a big fan of Once Upon a Time, because the deck doesn't mulligan very well. As you saw, I would Once Upon a Time actually helps with that. I'm actually, because of the addition or the printing of Endurance, I kind of almost want to play 4 copies of Once Upon a Time, because there are certain matches where Reclaimer and Endurance are just insane. Same with Shepherd, and maybe to maximize the possibility of seeing them, that's probably correct to play the full set. The reason why I don't, as some people know, is because drawing 2 is kind of bad. This is like pretty reasonable. Hey Max, we were just talking about you. I mentioned we went 3-2 that league. I think that we played against you. I could be wrong. I don't remember which league. And then this one we're I think 1-0 so far. We lost round 1 to I think blue red, and I didn't play particularly well, as is usually the case with my first round of the night. What is it called?
And the other loss was to lands, and that is expected. That is a very difficult matchup. Nice, nice. Hopefully, I was not the one. Oh, actually, you told me. You lost the round 5. Yeah, the 8 cast deck I think is not too bad matchup for me, especially with the Force of Vigor, which is a obscene card. I think I just play everything here. If they want to trap the Heritage Druid, they're more than welcome to. I mean, Mitchell is a solid player. I mean, uh, what is it called? What was I gonna say? Yeah, the spell, almost I guess formerly spell boys, since Mitchell's no longer around. Can I draw a natural order here? It's reasonable, I guess. Time for some deck thinning. No need to attack. This could be a pithing needle, but I don't know, right? It's hard to say. We'll see. We have the assassin stroke regardless. Likely Cage, if I were to guess. That's like probably the best thing against elves in the dark. Needle on symbiote's like decent. Here Needle on Reclaimer is probably decent. Like you wanna, I'm like thinning out my deck. Although it's not actual card advantage, just card quality. What else is 1 mana? I highly doubt they would get Foundry here, but it's a possible ability. I would guess Cage. You don't want to just die to natural order out of nowhere. Or Green Sun. Needle is, like I said, a decent chance here too. Possibly on Reclaimer. Like it could be on with Symbiote. Oh man, my opponent made a grave mistake. You can name Heritage Druid, but it doesn't actually do anything here. Gotta learn some way, I guess. The good thing is Flicker Wisp is in their decks, so they would have to waste an activation on it to reset, but that's... Let's see, did they play land yet? Yeah, they did. Play planes.
there is the natural order. If they have Sea Priest on this that would be kind of annoying, but I don't think we can play around that. Yeah, I don't think we can play around that. Well, I take that back. Yeah, we can. I don't think we can play around that. I think I would have to. Yeah, no, I take that back. If we tap off the Arbor there, you have mana up for the Assassin's Trophy. No, I could. I just like for some reason thought I needed the For some reason I thought I needed the mana or the attacker, but no, we could definitely play around their Lang lands. I'm like tunnel visioning into certain things. Been drinking a lot of water, so I'm gonna take a quick, 30-second, 1 minute restroom break again. Priest may not matter because Grist probably takes over the game anyways, but hard to say. Be right back. Yeah, so to address the trophy, I just got sloppy there really and didn't get punished. Like I realized it immediately after that. I just, for some reason, tunnel visioned into the that line, and I didn't even check if it was lethal, but like it's probably I should check through if it's lethal through Solitude. I think that was what I was concerned about and tapped the way I did. Sometimes the safer play is even if you have lethal, you just get the Progenitus because you play the odds. Um, like if you cannot beat it through a Solitude, it's probably correct to just get Progenitus. Because Solitude is a 4x and Council Judgment is like a 1x, right? Or maybe 2. I don't know what they run at the moment, but I'd rather lose to a Council's Judgment than just suddenly I cannot deal lethal with that. It depends on the board, like how much damage it is too. Like if it's like puts them near lethal even through Solitude, probably still worth it. Because they're under a lot of pressure, right? You can just start swinging guys forward now. I haven't done it yet, but I'm sure the first time I get to Force of Vigor my DNC opponent with this list, I've done it with older lists, but with this list, it's gonna be probably devastating. Like imagine they go turn one Saga Vi or something like that. I don't know. Because they want to like get out their cage early, and then you just go Force of Vigor, kill both things. You probably lost the game, or they probably lost the game. Fad Games. Okay, so this is a store that's actually sort of in the SoCal area. Um, man, this is like a mole to 6 already, maybe 5. Probably mole. I think here I don't value the Shepherd. I don't know what they're on though, so that's part of it too. Like Shepherd's only good later. I don't really like it early. I think given the context of the hand, I just leave with the Reclaimer. I need to hit action here. Sawtooth, I mean not Sawtooth, that was a Freudian slip. Shepherd also doesn't do anything if you don't actually have action. Ugh, flooding a little bit. And oh my god, I cannot afford to draw those cards. So I think our next turn we're gonna have to run out the cradle and hope they wasteland it or something. But yeah, we are flooding a little bit. So the logic there is I wanted to hit a Waterwood off the Once Upon a Time. And I didn't think the Shepherd was needed. And it's actually not even that great still and on this board state. So we'll see. The irony of this right now. So we're in a weird spot because we don't want this to get forced. But then if we lead with it, then we can't visionary the same turn. Is the problem? I think here. I don't know who's playing on the account. That's a good question, Max. It could be several people, right? My hope here is they take the bait and they actually just kill the Shepherd. I don't actually care about it right now. It's the protective Waterwood, but because the thing is like, if they force the Green Sun, it's kind of catastrophic, right? Because we had the Shepherd and didn't play it out, and suddenly this thing is a dead card anyways. So I think we have to lead with this, protect our Green Sun play, and then get Waterwood that way. Like, we flooded a little bit, and that's why we're forcing these like mana inefficient lines, which is like a cardinal sin typically. But I think getting this Green Sun forced there is just game losing. So we just cannot have that happen. And we're gonna fetch Arbor too. We need creatures. Sure, I'm actually happy about that. Oh, but the wasteland is annoying. Yeah, actually, I don't know if people saw. I played this as a one of in my list on yesterday. It would have been sweet to get this into the top 8, but it is what it is. I don't know if anybody's. Yeah, this was in my list on yesterday as a one of. It was the 4th removal spell. Another card that randomly hoses Doomsday, by the way. That may draw a force. The ideal scenario here is they Thoughtseize us. Or Wasteland us. And they have the loam too, so I think they would be tempted to. Like we need one of the things that is important in Elves is without Brainstorm, you need a way to turn cards into action or lands when need be. And that's why fetches for arbors are insane. And that's why I max 9 fetches. Every once in a while I'll run out of fetchable lands, but so be it. Like I'll take that chance any day. The other thing is Once Upon a Time. Again, right? It's kind of like the Green Ponder. Arguably stronger, but you're probably can only run 3 copies. Because it's land or creature, depending what you need. And without Brainstorm, you need like Green Sun helps with this. Like it's the consistency problem, right? Like that's why I build with certain tools in mind. Like I think Once Upon a Time is just too good not to play. I think I probably do it now. In case it's like relevant. And it is. That is a beautiful draw. Considering Earl's in the yard. That is a beautiful draw. They can't force it either. They can stifle it if they have that, but what are they doing here? Yeah, I mean it is what it is. Like you cannot allow this to come out. If they have stifle, that would be pretty insane. I can't imagine. Oh, okay, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Oh, they don't have 3 islands though. Did they mess up? Yeah, I think they messed up. This is a real game now. We are starting to potentially get back into this game after just drawing really poorly the last 3 turns. And there's no reason to run this out, like in case we draw a glimpse. Like there's no pressure. The Uro was their pressure, but we were lucky to draw the bog. And they him us here, that's like probably fine. I don't think they run that though. Not the draw I wanted. That is a hell of a card. Alright, I think we probably got this. We're digging for a either a natural order or a well, really a natural order cancel to Archon and force everything through, like in case they have some kind of weird thing where we would need to play around. There's the Archon, but it's like 1,000,000 mana. 11, 12. We'll get the Shepherd, I guess. Alright, we'll cast it now. It's a general rule of thumb, game ones, or sometimes even post-board against certain decks. If you have a Glimpse Chain going and you haven't used your Cradle yet, the rule of thumb is you find the natural order for the Archon before you act. So it's protected kill, right? Like, or the Shepherd. Archon is better because it actually beats Swords to Plowshares and things like that too, or Stifle or something random. What were they playing? Witherbloom Bug colors. We saw black, which makes me want to play Thoughtseize. The problem is they seem to be some kind of like, man, low-mish deck. So I don't know if I want discard against that kind of strategy. It's a little awkward. Endurance tends to be better against those kind of strategies, but again, Endurance against a loam deck might be a losing proposition. I think we just assume they're on quad engineers like we always do. The good thing is like Grist helps a lot. Like you're not just dead to like an onboard engineer now. Whereas before it's like Progenitus or bust once engineer sticks, or Cabal Pit. There's that too. No problem. Thanks for coming by, D-Sit. Always a pleasure, man. Also, shout out to D-Sit. He helped get the stream going because he told me about the token key that I was having issues with last week. Here, I think we want to fetch first. Probably for the Bayou. Ooh. So it's Visionary or the Cradle. Given that we have 3 lands, ironically it's the Visionary here. You'll rarely see me not take a Cradle, but I think I don't want a 4th land. Not to mention, it makes all other land top decks even worse. I think here we just slam Grist. They let us untap. They want to... Okay, so that's fine. Actually, I think we lead with the Shepherd into the Symbiote. We should have done it the other way actually, but this is fine. And then now we can Grist next turn, protected. So slight sequencing mistake by me. Didn't get punished though. It could be engineer here. More likely prismatic end. Well, no, because they're doing it this way. I was gonna say it's possible they didn't have removal because prismatic ending was in their hand. Oh, they're missing land drops. That's the only thing why they would shuffle. Or they don't have any kind of disruption, but I think more likely they shuffled and hit the land drop. It's one or the other, right? Sure. Mills returns flooded, sure. Yeah, I think they were trying to hit land drops. Good thing is, we get to just slam this now. They may be saving the ending too, if they suspect that we have a grist coming up. Although it's just ending here is like very mana negative, right? We still have a dude, and then they spend 3 mana, answer our 3 mana thing. When we get a free bash, I guess here. Yes, if they don't have the ending, they are in big trouble. Based on this board state. This is a control killer. Like, cannot stress this enough. I've had these games against like Grixis or just blue-black control mages where I just have only nothing the whole game, where they have just infinite removal and just, top deck a green sun or top deck this, and they just cannot beat it. You just keep ticking up, and eventually you get to ultimate it. And they just like run out of removal essentially. Like, it's like really funny you think about it. Like, a deck with infinite removal just cannot deal with this because they're in Grixis colors. Plow is fine, I guess. Maybe that means that they have ending. Because if they don't, they should be digging for it with this. Or digging for, I don't know, if they have trophy or something like that. I don't know. Wasteland, sure. Alright. I think here, it's just kind of awkward, right? We need to get lands. I'm leading with this because I want to plus. I don't want to actually mill the arbor. Milling the reclaimer was bad though. Like, we don't, if they get loam out, like, that could be a problematic, but I think I kind of like where we are. They didn't answer the grist, which is a little scary. I wonder why. Maybe they were just dead, scared of being dead to natural order. That's like the only thing I can think of. Okay, it looks like Euro's getting escaped here. We'll just minus. Elves tends to be pretty good against these Dirtle decks, like, because they don't have any pressure. It's like really awkward here. They have the decay or something, like something random that we didn't foresee. Nope. Alright, so we can kill the Uro now. But I will... How do we board again? Brought in seizes, so that's probably okay. Speaking of the devil. I think it's very greedy. Well, okay, it's awkward, right? Like, we can potentially set them up for another Uro here, but if they force the green sun, that's kind of bad too. We're gonna minus for sure, so let's do that. Actually, there's a good chance that they have... Man, this is like tough actually. Yeah, I think we have to play it safe here. Well, actually no. They're gonna minus and then we can still kill the Uro if need be. I think I'm gonna go for being mana efficient. Actually, no, we can't do it. Probably not actually. Make them use resources to Uro. When in doubt, it's like tough right there, right? I wanted a Thoughtseize and get the War with the same turn, but can't do both. And I think there's an argument for Thoughtseize, and I probably would have done it if the Euro was in the yard. Alright, they can do it anyways, I guess. Um, Fuck. That is the problem. I don't know if they just drew it or not, but that is the problem when you don't seize. Let's see what they have first. Irrelevant, I guess. I think we have to kill this. And then hope our card advantage engine is better than theirs. So that helps. That actually helped a lot. No need to bounce right now. I think we're actually favored from right now. I actually think that was a mistake to brainstorm there because what I would do is attack with the Euro first, get the extra card, and then you want to brainstorm fetch. The only thing I can see is like maybe to prevent me from block bounce, but the damage is irrelevant. Like you see one card deeper if you attack first. Sure. That hurts, but it is what it is. So they didn't fetch, which tells me maybe they want to keep what they drew. I don't think they're playing discard. I'm just gonna save the life. We haven't seen discard at all, so. Unless they don't have any more fetchables, that would be the only reason why they didn't fetch here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think if I were them, you start digging for a natural order, right? Because you could just be dead out of nowhere. So we have how many fetchables left? We have 1 force left. That is a hell of a card. What is going on? Sure. We don't have the grist anymore, but we can potentially just try to go for lethal next turn. So Shepherd or Natural are like insane top decks now, right? Because we have Green Sun. I held back the Green Sun to conceal information. Life is not going to matter. Oh, that is pretty good though. Actually, Let's see if they show us a third engineer. They did not. Alright, we're dead. I think given what we saw, it's like interesting, right? Like, do we deal with the Euro or do we deal with the engineer? I think C's is probably still correct, given that they're playing engineer, and we'd rather not get got by that, I guess. Endurance doesn't attack the restricts too, so that's the other strike against it. So we're gonna play towards a turn 3 glimpse or turn 4 natural order. Cut shot? Oh my god. Mm. Oh, they try to just cheese a win. We got a fade removal here though. We're gonna bait with the glimpse. We need to draw a creature, obviously, and so we can set up for a natural order the following turn. There's some other good topics like Thoughtseize and whatnot, but we'll see how it plays out. Cut shot is quite annoying though. You typically don't see that out of control decks or slower decks. Mana bases are like very greedy at the moment. So Moon Stompy players might be feasting, I don't know. We're not gonna give them a chance to get that wasteland back. Jeez, okay. Now I kind of regret not fetching the basic. element. Look at the Strix. Jesus. I think this is probably an L. Alright. We're probably just dead. The problem is they have an ending too, so like one creature is not enough. We have to get to 4 mana. Alright, now we're really dead. We'll see what our top deck is. Man. A little late. Yeah, I'm just gonna concede. I think that game, I'd have to review it. I felt like it was very winnable. The Witherbloom command was just like insane in that matchup. It's like a it's like an expressive iteration actually. And it's actually why I played one in my list. Yeah, I'll bring up my list from the showcase since we're on that topic. It was kind of insane there. We couldn't get, the problem is we couldn't get to natural order. And it's a little awkward, right? Because they're playing black, but at the same time they have this like lands package. With loam. So like, well, I don't want to overboard and bring in what is it called? Endurance in addition to that, and we were held out on mana there. But 1 second. Here's what I played. Yeah, there's a single Witherbloom command, right? The other stuff is like stuff we've seen today, like the Wasteland, and I didn't actually draw during the tournament, but like there's situations like the game that we just played right now, which is absolutely nuts. Alright, that was kind of a long game, so I'm gonna take another quick restroom break. Apologize.
Hey Langlands. Yeah, that I thought about that too. And usually I do. I decided not to in that case. But usually I do. I think it's probably correct. It's probably correct to seize there. It's hard to say if they top deck too, right? Like we don't know. It's definitely safer to do it that way. So I think that solidifies at least that in general, when given the option, right? Like probably Thoughtseiz's there is the safer play, and I think in hindsight, definitely because I've been in this situation before, and usually I will Thoughtseize, and I tried it differently here, but I think in general it's probably correct to just seize there and play it safe. All right, we're playing against this like strange Espervile FM rate deck. This hand's like probably okay. I don't remember they're on Wasteland or not, but it's kind of annoying deck to play against. Our best strategy is probably, if I were to guess, just go fast. Here I'm saving the Windswept Heat for a Wasteland. Oops, I just realized something. There you go. Sorry about that. Our opponent, for some reason, likes to name Visionary with their Meddling Mage, and I think that's wrong, but they've been rewarded. In fact, I think that's what they're going to do right now. I don't know if they were in Wasteland or not. Let's check. That changes how we play, actually. They do not. That is a very... Okay, so they're probably something different then, right? I don't think iteration is like normal. They're probably on force. Actually, I don't know. Your end like throws everything in a kink, so I don't know what they're on. Also, for those of you who have enjoyed my content, here's a quick plug for my Patreon page. One second. Actually, hold on. Is that right? What did they exile here? A Ragavan? Alright, so Windswept is kind of strange too. I think we just run it into days. If they have it, they have it. There's no need to play actually around, play into Wasteland here, so I'm just gonna play it safe. And then now we have an explosive turn 3 if they don't stop us. Depending what we draw, it could be even better too. Like we have a Cradle in hand. It's protected if they don't have removal. They actually, I take that back. They probably iterated because they're scared. They don't have removal in their hand. Like that would be one reason to iteration there, and just dig 4 deep, right, with their draw step. All right, if that's not an ending or swords, they are in a lot of trouble.
Um, I think I just leave with the oof here, just for whatever reason. We could have drawn more there, but I don't think it was necessary, to be honest. So I think the game is over. Our line is gonna be Shepherd into fetch basic. I mean, fetch Arbor, and just lethal them for a lot through removal. Sure. So it looks like they are playing the that ephemerate, deck. I didn't. Their latest list doesn't show iteration, so maybe they just want to play more powerful cards. Very awkward iteration on 2 though. It's like a bad ponder, right? So they're just dead. That doesn't stop us. Solitude, sure. Sure. Oh, they're gonna ephemerate the Jesus Christ. Sure. We do have removal. I'm sorry, lethal through that, but that's kind of nuts. Although they're probably thinking the same thing, to be fair, about us. Like, she's our hand. Technically, it's right to Once Upon a Time first, in case we draw a Burst Lore, and that's just like more damage, but it's like overkill at this point, I feel. I think our best way to win is just prog them. And then I like Assassin's Trophy for like whatever random hate bear they might have. It's a little dangerous though, because of ephemerate, but um, I don't actually endurance. We saw Euro. Probably not the best. Let's see how much we have to bring out. The heritage come, because I'm expecting some kind of engineer or something. Oof, probably not. Endurance. I think that 1 heritage is probably fine. Like, they don't even care that much about Vile, I feel. They're like a slower Esper Vile deck. It's not the best. Ideally, you don't want more than 1 removal spell, as a general rule of thumb. I think we expect him to kill our first thing, so I'm just leave with the heritage. Yeah. I'd rather that die than waste a green sun. What are they gonna do? Just not spend the removal and be mana inefficient? That's pretty bad too. Missing land drops. Wow. Okay. I'm like tempted to attack. No, that's like greedy. I think they block randomly. Like we're gonna regret it. Maybe they kept a hand with engineer or something. Like that doesn't. I'm trying to figure out why they would play the way they're playing. All right. Let's see. We're gonna natural order for sure. So I think we want to not bounce. Yeah. I mean, it's not lethal, but we're getting progged. Looks like they kept a real sketch hand. I have. It doesn't come up often, but it has happened. I think if you play enough games, like these corner cases will come up. I think I've had it happen twice total, and I've had it out a lot. So I mean, just by volume, right? Like against these control decks, I don't know how many times I've landed Progenitus. I mean, since dress down became a thing, it's got to be at least over 15, 20 times. I don't know, but they haven't gotten me for the most part with it. It's like having twice, and I think I felt like almost the time, at least one of the two times that they did it, it almost felt like they could have forced me anyways, but they just had the answer, so they might as well let it resolve. Is my guess. And the other time, I think they just happened to draw it. I've never actually had dressed down into Jace bounce though. I don't think that's happened, but something like swords happened, like dressed down into swords. Switch 111007. Another Yori on deck. Keep. The reason why I'm putting a fetch back is because I want Reclaimer to be a 3/4. They mode a 5. And Yorian decks typically don't do this. If I were to guess, what's happening is they know I'm on Elves and they're on D&T, and they just don't feel good about the matchup. Alright, we have to fetch basics now because of that wasteland. We're gonna run out the cradle because we have 2. Our hand is a little bit awkward though. I wasn't really paying too much attention to that hand. I didn't realize we didn't have a 1-drop, but I think given that we bought a 6, probably still keep. Alright. Wow, that was probably one of the better draws we can have. Alongside maybe Heritage Druid. I think here. We probably just pitch the Gris to dig one deeper. Yeah. You never know when they're gonna have Giver runes, so there's no point. One damage is like hardly ever relevant. They gotta waste. There's just no way, right? I cannot imagine that they don't waste me here. Yep, there it is. Ideally, what would have happened there is we draw into a birch, another one drop, and we just continue to draw cards. Like, oh, man, that's annoying. I didn't feel the Gris was, and now it's kind of biting in the butt, right? Was worth. I felt like the endurance was not good, so the Gris was worth drawing an extra card deep. But maybe now I just regret it. Here we don't expose the wasteland for no reason. So now they're down to 0 lands. They probably get a vial, to be honest, based on this current state. They aggressively Solitude, which means they probably don't have another, if I were to guess. And if we draw a creature, it's likely lethal. Oh my god, can I not? Jesus. Actually, I think the line here is Collector Oof. Yeah. Again, we're going back to rock control, right? Possible we threw the 5-0 earlier in round 3 and we end up winning this one, but I mean, you know, for science, right? For the Twitch chat, we went with the other line, which you're being mana efficient, but yeah, it's not the safe line. Typically, not the Thoughtseize, and especially in a slower mid range deck like we are, you typically want to play it safe when you can. Because we have certain pieces that just hose entire strategies, so don't give your opponent an opening when it's not necessary. So what I mean by that is like Reclaimer hosing the Delver and the Graveyard strategies. Shepherd hosing the Chalice and the Permission strategies or Counterbalance. Endurance, same thing, right? Like same. It's kind of like another reclaimer, right? It's 3/4 tribal. And then Seize is like generically good against any black deck or any combo deck. Uh, and then like universal removal. I hate to say it, but like, just abrupt decay is not playable at the moment, in my opinion. Like, it doesn't answer Murktide, and it doesn't answer some of the other problematic things like Tabernacle and Chasm. Uh, and the uncounterable part hardly matters when they're always playing one drops, mono one drops now. Decay is good against like Chalice of the Void and like I guess Hate Bears, but you're already significantly in favor against those strategies where you can take them like getting a land sometimes, a lot, oftentimes. Something that came up is I was asked by somebody who picked up this deck recently if I can comment on the cards that never come out in any matchup. Those are just only 3 cards as far as I remember. Once Upon a Time, Elvish Reclaimer, and Green Sun Zenith. The reason why Once Upon a Time doesn't ever come out is because it's actually part of the mana base. Elvish Reclaimer is pretty much good in every matchup. Even the matches where it's not, i.e., for example, Doomsday, it's one drop Elf is probably good enough. Another thing is the last card is Green Sun Zenith, and it just does too much. It's like helps consistency. So same reason why Once Upon a Time is not cut. I think that's just too good not to get. If I were to guess, our opponent is likely to get a Grafdigger's Cage off the Saga, but you never know. That is an aggressive Solitude. They did nothing on their turn 2 and just Solitude. I think given the way this is playing out, this might just hose them. Maybe they have another swords, but I feel like they would have used the swords. Instead, yeah, I mean, entirely possible that they have a Skyclave too, but now they're just down a land, which is kind of funny, right? And I would imagine that's gonna get a cage now. Could be a needle, but more likely a cage. And if the opponent doesn't draw the swords soon, they might just be in big trouble. I don't know if they drew lands too. Maybe they're fine. Yeah, there was a cage that we talked about. Just retuning. What do you mean by that, Runcore? Actually, there's no point. They have an active mom. I guess the attack is kind of free, but probably not. We did. We brought in all 3 copies. Alright, I think they just are bigger. they're probably just dead. Yeah, now they're dead. It feels like they. No, there's no way. I was gonna say if they have force of, I'm not force of mind retract, they should have used it on the heritage druid. Actually, hold on. And we need the mana, so I'm just gonna bounce something more irrelevant. Because we have the double glimpse chain going now. There's no need to bounce visionary. We can just actually just draw up our deck, to be honest. So let's count. We can just pitch that, like all the lands. We probably can just stop here in the interest of time. Here, 1, 2, 3. I'll just pass. I don't want to reveal anything if if I don't need to. Also, no point to play around the Mindbreak trap. I mean, play into the Mindbreak trap. There, we had the kill anyways. All right, 4-1. Potentially through the 5-0 in the one match where we didn't Thoughtseize, but no guarantee we will win that anyways, given the Euro. It did hurt us that we had to use the what is it called? We had to use the Grist activation to kill the engineer. So maybe that's the punt, but overall pretty happy with the deck. I think there was that one other match where we won through like a few pieces of disruption, a few engineers. So I think the deck felt pretty good. There's a few slots that we can tune for certain metas, but I like the deck overall, how it played out tonight. We did lose the last matchup, but I think, like I said, I want to address it with some other cards, and I don't think Leyline cuts it, at least not at the moment. We'll see. Ideally, whatever we play also hits some graveyard decks, right? Because I'm sure if you're a graveyard player right here, you hear me talking about cutting Leyline, you're probably happy. So there's always that for me to reason to play Leyline again. But we'll see how it goes. Did anybody have any questions for me or my Patreon or Discord? Here's mine. For those who are curious, here's my Discord channel. One sec. So anybody who wants to join can join. There's like more info on that Discord channel for anybody who's interested in the deck. If there are no questions, I'll go ahead and raid somebody. There's some modern trophy racing going, so I'm probably will head towards that. I don't see anybody playing Legacy.